regular meeting of Tuesday, February 7th, 2023. And at this time, I call the meeting to order and invite Pastor Drew Buell of Cool Community Church to give us the invocation. Is he online? Okay, perfect. Good morning, Pastor Buell. Always good to have you with us.
Thank you. Good morning. Let's go ahead and go to the Lord.
Thank you.
Father, the Bible says that the reason government exists is twofold: to restrain evil and to promote the common good. And in our system of government, it is the sheriff's department, which is primarily responsible to restrain evil. And so once again, this morning, I pray that you would help our sheriff and all of the men and women who serve alongside of him to do just that. Lord, please just go before them and keep them safe as they serve our communities. And furthermore, in our system of government, it is the Board of Supervisors, these men and women, which are primarily responsible for promoting the common good. And so just again, God, I pray for each of them, along with the entire administrative team that supports them, that you would help them to do just that. God, help them to be the men and women that we need them to be today. I'm reminded of what the psalmist said when he reminded us of how good and pleasant it is when brothers dwell together in unity. And I think we all know that intuitively that it is good and it is pleasant to be united together in a common cause. But I think we also all know just how uncommon that is. For those in our day who differ with each other, who have different perspectives, it is just profoundly uncommon for them to come together and agree on much of anything. But this morning, God, I just would ask that you would help these men and women to do just that, to exercise charity with one another, even when they disagree. And I pray that you would grant them the humility to really listen to one another and ultimately to make the best decisions that they can. God, I thank you for placing each of them in the seats that you have assigned to them. And I ask that you would help them to fulfill the calling that you have placed on their lives. For we ask it all in Christ's name. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor, for that beautiful invocation. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah.
All right. Supervisor Turnbull, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we have the adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I'll go down the line and I'll start with District 5. Is there any comments or changes you'd like to make?
No, but thank you for the opportunity. I would like to just congratulate the county for joining with several efforts to join the South Tahoe Zero Emission District. That is very cool, and we welcome you. We've been working hard on those kind of topics up in the basin for a while, and it's just really great to have the county join with that effort. So thank you.
Wonderful. Now, did I understand you wanted to continue an item?
I do. I'm actually making the
Okay, I'm
request.
sorry. Okay.
That's all right.
Got it.
Madam Chair, it's item number 26,
Okay.
asking to be continued 1 week, just to get some questions answered.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. Vice Chair
No
Heidel.
changes.
Supervisor Turnbull.
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I just want to make a clarifying comment statement on item number 14. I did check in with our DOT Director Martinez, and on the weekly emergency road repair report, next week's report will have updated photos of the Mount Murphy Road damage, and also we'll have estimates for repair because they were out there yesterday getting estimates. So next week's repair report should be a little more updated.
Great, excellent. Thank you so much. And I have a comment on item 5. First of all, I'm very excited to welcome Doug Venable to the El Dorado County Solid Waste Advisory Committee. He brings a depth of experience in hazardous waste materials, and just really, he will be an excellent asset to that committee, and appreciate his service. I'd also like to make a clarification that we had a typo in that area, that item, and the term expires. It's a 5-year term, 2028. It does not expire today. As Kim pointed out, this will be the shortest term ever. So my bad. So I have that change. All right. Do we have any public comment on items on the consent calendar only?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning. Oh, Melody, can you please turn on your mic, please? Thank you.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'm addressing the number 14, the deceptively false representation by Rafael Martinez of the condition of Mount Murphy Road stemming from the New Year's Eve landslides originating on State Parks property. The photos I submitted reveal much more extensive damage than he led you to believe. I'm also calling Rafael into accountability about his habitual disrespect, obfuscations, and failure to provide honest public services. The entirety of Mount Murphy Road was a formerly solid surface, but it has been systematically destroyed by DOT at the expense of taxpayers. This is another chunk of the road that ended up in front of my home amidst the landslides. The road is in dire need of major repairs prior to the upcoming fire season and commencement of work on the Mount Murphy Bridge replacement. The county has failed to address residents' public safety and emergency access concerns for the entire 25 years I've lived in Coloma. Neighbors concur the road must be restored to the former hard surface it once was. It would be recklessly irresponsible for the county to kick this can further down the road until disaster strikes. When I spoke with maintenance last Thursday regarding another incident, Preston explained DOT was having problems with the voicemail system. At that time, it was also determined that none of my emails were making it through to Preston or to the DOT maintenance email. After several attempts at resending, Preston thought perhaps the photos within the body of the email might be the problem. That's when I explained that Don Ashton unlawfully blocked my ability to communicate electronically with staff. Certain staff can email me, but I can't reply to them, nor do I get any acknowledgement whatsoever to delivery read receipts or phone messages. That's why I finally called Kim Dawson to follow up on the source of the problem. Kim just forwarded my emails marked FYI, but she failed to provide me with the appropriate follow-up, another communication breakdown. Of equal concern is the fact that Raphael and Lori Parlin refused to respond to constituents. This necessitated submittal of another Public Record Act request, which I entered into the public record during last Thursday's Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee meeting. Not so coincidentally, the agenda item that was Raphael's last-minute report about the Mount Murphy Road repairs and bridge replacement timelines. It is important to understand that CLAC does not represent Coloma residents. They are a special interest group of rafters and liberal environmentalists. It begs the question, why does Raphael confer with the River Mafia mob, but he refuses to respond to PRAs, return my phone calls or emails, and has given a directive to staff not to speak with Melody Lane? Raphael's violations of his oath and abuse of the public trust are grounds for his disciplinary action. How much more evidence do you need? Madam Clerk, you will be receiving the full transcript of what transpired between the Board of Supervisors, Raphael, and even David Livingston and Don Ashton to be entered into the public record. This you can give to Raphael.
Thank you, Melody. Can you please take the rock, Melody?
No, that's Raphael's.
Good morning, Chris.
Chris Payne, Devon Springs. I have a rock here. That was, I know. Sorry about that. 19. This is from the district attorney. It's the accepting a grant. So I hope everybody's supportive of this. $246,000 for the underserved victim advocacy and outreach program. A couple of years ago, I was before you, we were talking about vandalism in the railroad park in El Dorado. And part of that was at the time, they had found some juveniles and they were going through the courts. And so they asked that we come meet with them just to describe being the victim of the vandalism, which was spray painting and glass. Subsequently, we've been doing a lot to try to improve on that at the park. But so I had firsthand going to their office and meeting them and talking about them in terms of talking with them in terms of being a victim. It was very, very nice, very well done. They had children's playthings in the lobby where you sat. And I just want to let you know that I think others could say the same thing if they were here before you today, how important this is. So in that regard, accepting this grant is extremely beneficial to our county and beneficial to the victims that might need the services. Thank you very much. Should I take the rock?
That'd be great. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the boardroom? Good morning.
Let's pretend I have that rock here in front of me. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction, 352. So close, yet so far. Anyway, good to see y'all. Yes, I exist. I just happened to be in town, dressed up, so I figured, hey, why not? Going to go in and get some turns in at Sierra Tahoe on my way up to South Shore. Speaking of which, item 14, well, item 5, solid waste. Recently got a bill for my green waste, and I haven't paid a trash bill in a while. And I'll talk to these people in charge, if you will, but it's kind of annoying that I've been using my neighbor's trash with their okay. I generate a bag of trash a week. And now I get charged because of the new AB, whatever it is, green waste malarkey. Another time for that. Item 14 with the roads. Yes, very challenging. I drive Pioneer Trail 3-4 days a week. Highway 50, which is not your purview. I understand that. They're keeping their end of the deal up pretty well. Pioneer Trail's a mess. But they got out a week ago and filled in a bunch of potholes, which was really good and we've all seen the picture of the scuba diver coming out of the pothole. Yeah, some of them were not quite that bad, but anyway, there is a lot of damage out there and it's hard on the cars. Let's get on there, fill those in, and it's good to see that we are keeping track of that and staying on top of it. Anyway, good to see you.
Nice to see you, Mr. Greenwood. Anyone else? All right, let's go online, Kim.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 013.
Good morning, supervisors.
Good morning.
I'm calling from the Tahoe Basin, specifically about the South Lake Tahoe Zero Emissions District, which I really am unfamiliar with, but I have read your oath of office in the past, and it doesn't include an oath to the South Lake Tahoe Zero Emissions District. So when you say yes to them, what are you saying no to? What are you committing the people who are suffering in the Tahoe Basin with the costs of fuel, with the costs of heat, with the cost of electricity? What are you committing us to when you say yes to a zero emissions district? I thought you take an oath of office to represent the residents. And as far as I'm concerned, after listening to the South Lake Tahoe City Council meeting 2 meetings ago, Mr. Friedrich said we all should get prepared to have ourselves off the grid on our own. And then Mr. Bass came up and said he wants the whole city off the grid. We expect you to protect us. And I don't want us off the grid. They just gave Liberty Utility 1 year of a contract. And Liberty Utility's shaking in its shoes, wondering if they're going to be providing electricity to South Lake Tahoe. We expect you supervisors to protect us from things like 100% renewable or zero emissions district. You don't take an oath of office to them. You take an oath of office to us, and I expect you to represent us. Amen. Have a nice day, supervisors.
Thank you for calling in.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Any clarifications? All right. Well, thank you all for your comments. Appreciate them. And there have been no items pulled. So before we go into department matters.
Well, we have to.
Yeah,
adopt
I'm
it.
going to move
so
adoption of the
sorry.
agenda and
Gosh.
approval of the consent calendar.
Ask him to read what we're doing.
Kim,
Thank you.
I'm off my game today. Thank
It's
you.
okay. It's okay. It happens.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Item 5 with a clerical correction to the term expiration of February 7th of 2028 and continue item 26 to February 14th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you all. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Now we move on to department matters. And before we go to item 28, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 30, as this item needs to be heard prior to department matter 28.
Now taking public comment on closed session item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right. Thank you. We will see you after item 30.
Go ahead and unmute the room.
All right, thank you. We are back in chambers. And is there any report out on item 30? That's okay.
No, there's no action to report.
Okay, great. Perfect. Well, then we'll now move on to item 28, Kim.
Item 28 comes from the Sheriff's Office recommending the board approve the update to the county operational area emergency operations plan.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, Board.
Morning.
My name is Leslie Schlag. I'm a sergeant with the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to OES. So this morning, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the updated EOP. We're very excited about this. This has been a several-year process for us. It was a complete rewrite of the old EOP that we had, the Emergency Operations Plan. And so we're really happy to be able to present this today and hopefully get your approval and move forward with this. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. So the purpose of I was really glad to be able to present this because I get a lot of public calls into my office, and there's a lot of misunderstanding of what the emergency operation plan is for the county. The EOP is not an individualized plan for a particular community in regards to a flood or fire or something like this. This is a document that's designed for overall disaster response, so large-scale incidents. It's not a boots-on-the-ground tactical plan on how we put out a fire or respond to a flooding type of situations. It's an overall plan that lists the roles and responsibilities of the various departments, agencies, and local entities within this jurisdiction. So it's mostly to deal with policy and procedures, roles and responsibilities. It's an overall very generalized plan. It is by design meant to be that way, specifically that we don't shoehorn ourselves into a very specific way that we have to handle something. And then things change. And then, we have that issue of why didn't you follow the plan when the plan in that case didn't work? So it's very general and it's left for those boots on the ground to make those decisions during the actual incident so they can, come up with the appropriate plan to mitigate the disaster. Next slide, please. So we actually finished this version of the EOP a couple years ago. And what happened was in the time it took for reviews and processes, to go up all the way to where we were ready to present it to the board, we went into a new year and laws changed. So there were some new Senate bills and Assembly bills. And as you can see, they're up there. I can go over each one of them specifically, but I can give you the gist of them because they all pretty much had to do with the same thing. The state wanted to see that we added in our EOP that we were cognizant of environmental climate change, and specifically that we were cognizant of underserved communities and communities that have a large population of access and functional needs. So you'll see throughout the presentation and throughout the EOP, AFN mentioned multiple times. This is access and functional needs covers pretty much everybody. Everybody that has some type of either disability or it could be anything from you don't have transportation. That gives you an access, so to speak, need. It even covers, pregnancy with women, that you could have an access and functional needs when you're pregnant, but you could be, when you're not, you don't have the AFN tag. So it's a very large label, and it's something that they came out with several years ago that has been filtering into all our plans ever since then. So one of the big things with this is that they wanted us to go to the community. And that's why we did the meetings in all the districts. And they wanted us to invite members of either underserved communities, which you think about that and you go, where's our underserved communities? Well, they're all over our county if you think about it. South County, you're remote, you're in areas of high fire rate. That's an underserved community because it's not going to get the same response times that you might see in El Dorado Hills because of just the nature of everything being closer in a city or in a larger populated area than a more rural area. So we went to all the different districts and invited the community in to make, to have a discussion on this. It wasn't so much as just showing them, but it was to get their input as well. And so we can make changes to the EOP accordingly. Next slide, please. So the plan is composed of 8 sections. First section is just the scope and overview, concept of operations, organization, assignment of responsibilities. That's the one I talked about where this really lays out which department is going to be part of that emergency. It doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be other departments or other organizations that would help out. It's just that really identifies those key stakeholders in that specific emergency. Direction, control and coordination, information collection, mutual aid, plan development and maintenance, and then the authorities. Next slide, please. So the scope, overview, and assumptions is this is basically what I talked about. This is what the EOP is for. It's for large-scale disasters, and it just gives that overall idea of this is the people we need in the same room together talking to each other when we have a large fire or flooding or whatever that disaster may be. And it also lists out the plans, the authorities, and whose responsibilities are what. Next slide, please. So obviously, this is what we've identified in this county. This doesn't mean that these are the only hazards that we have, but these are the major ones. These are the ones that we looked at, and over the years, where these are the ones that can affect not just a single household, but an entire community. Obviously, if you look up here, wildfires and more recently, winter storms have been our big issues. And a lot of people go, well, why do we have earthquakes on there? A lot of people in El Dorado County don't know we have a very large fault line that runs right under South Lake Tahoe. That's something that we're concerned with, and we keep our eyes on that. And every time I feel my house shake, I immediately get worried about South Lake Tahoe because I know that a lot of people don't understand that lake is so big that if you were to have an earthquake, you could have what's called a inland tidal wave, a siege, that could absolutely be destructive to the basin. So we have plans in place for that. That's something that we worry about. And so a lot of these things that you see up here, you might not think about, but we do. And it's what keeps me up at night. So next slide, please. Concept of operations. Basically, we got 4 modes of operation. The first really is mitigation. Our biggest thing is that we try to mitigate these disasters before they happen. So, within this county, we have some really great fire safe councils throughout the county that do a great job with fuel reduction, things like that. DOT does a good job with maintaining the roadways, making sure that culverts are clean. So when we get these big rains in, we don't get localized flooding. That's a mitigation effort. Before the rains start, they go around, clear the drains out, make sure that we don't get, debris flow impacting the drain system, causing flooding down the road. So that's a mitigation effort. Prepare, that's where we talk to our community about, keep debris clear of your home, have that safe zone for your house in case of a fire. Be prepared for a fire, things like that. That's your preparedness. Our response, obviously, when the disaster happens, how we respond to that. And then lastly, recovery, which we're getting very, very good at recovery, unfortunately, in this county, starting with, really the 2017 winter storms. We're still dealing with those through FEMA and the state. So next slide, please. We discussed this organization assignment of responsibilities. This is the portion of the EOP that really lays out who is responsible for what in what emergency. It doesn't necessarily say who's in charge. Remember, we look at things more from that 30,000 foot level. We don't look at it as who's putting water on the fire. We look at what can we do to get them to put that water on the fire. We coordinate these things, and that's what we look at in a large scale disaster is do we have enough law enforcement on scene to provide not only evacuations, but security later. So those are the things that we look at, not necessarily coming up with a security plan or although we do the evacuation plan, but those tactical type responses, we leave that to the boots on the ground. We look at how can we serve the community by getting everything in there that they need, going all the way through, sheltering and further down the road to the recovery efforts. Next slide, please. So direction, control, and coordination. This is really what lists out how we do what we do, meaning that in the event of the disaster, who responds to it? How do we get those resources that we need? And the coordination aspect of it, like going through the state. So we're part of the Inland Regional Region 4 for the state, meaning that if, say we have an emergency that happens in Placerville, Placerville has this disaster that they're unable to handle, the way that direction and control goes, they would come to us, the county, and they'd be like, we have this emergency, we need your help, because we know you have more resources than we currently do at this time. So we assist them, and then if that emergency then spills into the county, we then look at, do we have enough resources? If we don't have the resources we need, we go to the next step, which is regional. We call out to our regional partners, we request mutual aid, whether it be fire or law enforcement or wherever that the case may be that we need. And then if we exhaust those resources, we go to the state level. So during an example of that, during the Caldor fire, we had law enforcement coming all the way from LA to come up here and assist us with security details, because we had exhausted, and we had other fires going on in the areas as well in the region. We had exhausted all our resources in the region and neighboring regions till we were pulling all the way from the south part of the state. So that's what this portion of the EOP lists out, is how we go about that flow. Next slide, please. Information collection. This is where we really get into the health and human services side of things, like, how many vulnerable population do we have in a certain area? The medical baseline, things like that. So this is where we look at that, and we look at those things. This shows those responsibilities on where do we get those, as well as like our a joint information center for PIOs, things like that. It's mostly about, during that emergency, how are we collecting that information? How are we serving our community by getting that information, finding out what their needs are? So that's, we go through all these processes. Social media, our PIOs are a big part of that. I could tell you, during Caldor fire, our PIOs brought up things to us that we had no idea about, and that we were able to chase down through social media and get people help that we didn't even know they needed help. Because there was a breakdown in communication at some point or another. So GIS was huge during our fires, because they really, not only did they make the maps for us and show us, the affected areas of where the fire's at, but they were also able to tell us how many approximate people were in those zones that were being evacuated. So that gave us an idea of how big do we need to make our shelters, and how many shelters do we need. This is all part of just this working together in the operational area to make it work. So next slide, please. Mutual aid, we talked about this. Again, we're in Region 4, we're in the inland region. This goes out for everything. It's not just fire or law enforcement resources that we request. If we had a large mass casualty incident, we could actually request coroners to come into this county and assist with, dealing with the mass casualty or something along that lines. So it's really just about anything you need. During the Caldor fire, we needed help with animal services. We just didn't have enough animal services with all the animals that were evacuated, that we pulled in mutual aid from other counties to assist with that. So it really just is about, nurses during COVID. We were able to get mutual aid to bring in nurses to put the vaccine into, to give shots. So it really just about anything you need. We had mobile showers, mobile washing, closed washing stations and put at the different shelters. That was all through mutual aid and through the region and or through the state level. Next slide, please. When I talk about the EOP being very general and being that overall look of how a disaster should, the functional parts of the disaster, not the tactical plan, that is the opposite of what the annexes are. The annexes are more of a boots on the ground look of this is how we respond to like active threat response, active violence. It's a very specific way that law enforcement handles that type of emergency. It is basically our plans for our response to deal with an active violence type of situation. The annexes are not made public because they are tactical plans. We don't want to put that to the public, not saying that we don't trust the public, but there are some members in public that wish harm on others and could use these plans against not only law enforcement, but the county and citizens as well. So the annexes are typically not made public. Next slide, please. Plan development and maintenance. So the EOP is on a 5-year rotation. Every 5 years, we have to look at the EOP and we have to make updates to it in regards to new laws and things like that. So when I spoke earlier about one of the things that slowed us down on this, we had the new laws. That's because we were in our update process. And so because we were in our update process, we couldn't present that knowing that we weren't current on the current laws that had just been passed. So we had to go through the whole process of public meetings and all that again. Now, if this gets approved today and then tomorrow they pass new ABs or SBs, we don't have to go in and do a complete review because we would be good for that 5-year rotation again. And we would just make sure to get them in there. Now, if we obviously felt they were significant and they needed to be added in there right away, we could do that with your approval. So that's an every 5-year thing. And after every major disaster. After every major disaster, we take a look at our plans and we like, hey, did it work? Does it need to be changed? And that's always looked at as well. A good example of that is the COVID pandemic. Our previous pandemic response wasn't what we, what we realized during COVID. It was completely different and a few changes had to be made. It wasn't drastic, but it definitely was some changes that had to be made to our pandemic response. Next slide, please. These are the authorities for what we have to have in here and what the basically stating this is why you have to have this. And it goes all the way to state laws, assembly bills, Senate bills, county ordinances. So these are the things that make the EOP a functioning, manual that we can go by during these disasters. And it helps provide us reimbursement from the state because we follow all these rules and regulations. And the state says, yes, their EOP is good. So therefore they're eligible for reimbursement money after the disaster. Next slide. All right. Any questions?
All right, I will entertain buttons here. Supervisor Heidel.
I just have one. With the initiation of the Caldor fire and it being on federal lands and all those kinds of things, when you talk about how do you get people to put water on a fire and stuff, have you seen that relationship improve between us and the Department of Forestry, the national part of it in terms of responding to things that we see going on that we think there should be a immediate response of some kind?
At my level, I have not. That would be a better question for fire because that really is the federal side of fire playing well with basically CAL FIRE. When it comes to my job, I don't care if the fire starts on federal land or if it starts on, private property. My response is going to be the same. I'm not going to change my response depending on what, if the forestry says they're not going to fight the fire, I'm not just going to close shop and go home for the day. We are still going to do our response like we would do our response. So I don't have a good answer for you, Supervisor Heidel, because I don't work closely with forestry.
Okay.
And so I don't think there's enough empirical data to say if it has gotten better or it has not. I would just say that I do think mosquito fire was better than what Caldor was. That I can say I saw that with the cooperation and working together. That was one incident. So, I guess my answer to you is I sure hope it does. So
Appreciate that and recognize you don't have influence to a large degree or oversight of that stuff. But I'm hoping from these experiences at every level of government, we've learned that there needs to be a different response than what there was for Caldor. That's my takeaway from the whole thing is
100%
it
agree
was
with
not
you.
properly responded to. And I know George has been very involved with trying to encourage changes and stuff going on that we all have. And I'm just hopeful that ultimately that turns to the coin a little bit in terms of getting better appreciation for things that appear to be small in nature when they start, have an ability to grow fast.
Absolutely.
And it's
I
that
agree with you.
response time and getting on it. And if you pause, sometimes you regret it for a long, long time after. So anyway, but thank you.
Any other board comments or questions?
Yeah, one of the questions I got to ask, because there were some issues during the Caldor fire and law enforcement. When it comes to law enforcement, do you guys take precedence over the Forest Service? Because they have their own law enforcement.
If it's completely wholly on federal land, then their law enforcement would typically be the agency, the responsible agency. But when it gets into starts getting into private neighborhoods and homes and things like that, state land, we will go into usually mutual or almost like a unified command. Typically at that point, when they start calling in the overhead teams, like you saw with Caldor when they brought in the type 1 teams to run the incident, that law enforcement supervisor, it gets into ICS at that point, incident command system. And at that point, we will have a law branch assigned to the command post, and that law branch will direct all law enforcement response. Typically, if it doesn't matter if it's federal or if it's local law, they will typically go to the local person and be like, we need you to do security for this area. And so then it will become our job as the local to run that. Now during Caldor, pretty much all the evacuation areas and most of the security response was ran from the EOC. Not really an EOC function, but because we are part of the sheriff's office, that's something we help with and we do. So the answer to that question is if it's on federal land, solely federal land, it's most likely going to be a federal law enforcement. Okay. If it's it starts in state or on private land, it's most likely going to be whatever local jurisdiction it is.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because there were some issues. I don't want to go into it, but there were some issues that happened and stuff like that on that particular fire where the response could have been a lot quicker. Well, especially when there were some certain logging crews that were out there and they were told to stand down. So I just had some issues on that. And I just wondered if you guys had more jurisdiction, especially when it comes to that. So, and
honestly, no, we would not for federal land. I can't tell the feds what to do on their property.
Right.
And it doesn't, like I said, we don't change the way we do things depending on how they do things. If there's an emergency and it's affecting our citizens, we are going to respond appropriately. I don't think you would ever see a situation where we would have a federal forestry law LEO telling us not to do that when it comes to life saving. In this case, I think what you were looking at was more of a federal side trying to prevent the loggers from going in, which in retrospect was a terrible idea. But I don't think it would affect us that much as far as like the evacuations went. I was there that night for the evacuations. And so our response was as fast as it could have been for that particular portion of the disaster.
Yeah, you guys did a great job. You really did.
Absolutely. All right. You good,
Okay.
George?
Yeah, I'm good.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, just we get a lot of emails about a lot of things, and I cannot honestly remember the community meetings that were for public input. So were those well attended, and were we told? I don't remember them. I'm just being honest. I can't remember.
Well, for your district, it was at Garden Valley Fire.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, there was probably 10 to 15 people there.
Okay.
Overall. We pushed it out social media wise. We pushed it out to any local interest group to let them know that we were doing it and where it was going to be at. We had some pretty good comments. A lot of comments really came along the lines of, well, what are you doing for my community? How is this plan going to help my community? And the answer is what it always is the answer. And you've all heard it many a times. And I continue to say it. I cannot come up with a plan for a community for a fire if I don't know where the fire is going to start and I don't know which way the fire is going to go. So my answer to them was no, I do not have a plan for your community because there's too many unknown factors that I can't take into account. So yours was well attended. For District 1, it was at El Dorado Hills Library. For District 2 was at Fairplay Community Center. For South Lake Tahoe, Myers Community was at the airport, and for District 3 was at the EDSO in the community room. So
Where would Pollock Pines have fallen into that, since they're outside of the basin?
well, they could have really went to any of those. The closest one to them would have probably been at the sheriff's office. And it doesn't, when we say that we do these, it's not district specific. We just tried to hit every district. That way we know we tried to get the majority of the communities. Did we do one in Pollock? No, we didn't.
Sure.
Are you good, Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, and just, I would say, and again, I can't remember, so maybe we did, but remember, we're partners in all of this, so always feel free to send us things and we'll push it out to the best of our abilities.
And at that time, I believe we did as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember it, and that concerns me. Why?
Always a lot going on.
I know, but this was a big deal. So again, I'm a little concerned that I don't remember it. So kind of concerned about, what's going on up here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just have one question before we move on to public comment. And just like to recognize the tremendous impacts to the EOC from the significant emergencies we've had over the last 10 years. You've all done, a really good job responding to those, and really interesting after we're now coming out of those recent emergencies to understand your plan and how that intersects with that. That's a helpful tool. So my question is I don't know where I read it in the plan, but that the sheriff is designated as the director of emergency services by ordinance and manages the operation of the EOC. And then if activated, the EOC will coordinate with local, state, and federal to address the threats and hazards. What happens in the recovery phase? Does the sheriff still manage the recovery and coordinate with community partners? Or, I can't imagine that would, he has so much on his plate that I can't imagine that would be under his purview. But what happens on the recovery phase? Well,
it's the sheriff or his designee. So usually that designee falls in regarding disasters, it's going to fall to OES. Usually Troy is going to be that designee or a captain. But in the case of recovery, actually with recovery, the sheriff's office has been working very closely with the CIO's office, and that has been a fantastic partnership. In fact, it's worked so well, especially regarding Caldor, that we recently wrote a recovery annex to be basically how we are going to go forward with recoveries, because up to that point, every disaster has always been a little bit different about whose responsibilities were what during that recovery phase. Going all the way back to the 2017 storms, the Trailhead fire, all those, obviously Caldor, the pandemic. The Caldor by far has been what I've seen as the smoothest recovery and effort. And obviously that was Sergeant Mokiawi and Carla Haas that led that group. And it was a fantastic function and service that they provided to the county. And so we learned from that, and we took what they did and put it on paper. So
That makes a lot of sense, because I would think that the initial response to any emergency is very much a law enforcement, response, but then the recovery moves into, it's a different type of relationship with the community, and the needs are different. So that makes sense that it's the recovery is a coordinated response.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that.
I
All
got-
right.
I got one more thing to say.
Absolutely.
You've heard about the FEMA Improvement Reform and Efficiency Fire Act that was just done by Alex Padilla.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, with my persistence, that's the reason why this happened. So, because I kept, bugging his office a lot, we had to change some stuff, and it's a great bill, and I think it's going to help a lot, especially when we have disasters again.
Yeah, I agree with you, sir, because I believe what happened in Caldor was a travesty.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Sergeant Slegg, and we're going to go to public comment at this point, and really appreciate the presentation.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. The plan is attached to the agenda item. I brought it up just to make sure. It seemed like the discussion that you were just having, I wanted to get into a little deeper. In behalf of full transparency, the Legistar discussion background, I feel, is not complete. It doesn't talk about those meetings. It should identify those meetings when they were. That then creates the background for where we are today here. The plan also is dated August 2022 rather than January 2023 or February 2023. Why is that important? It's important because the public would like to know, if they're not here today, which is another problem, why aren't the stakeholders here in support of this plan? I've seen this room filled with people, public safety types, that come up to the podium and speak about their respective involvement. But the room's empty, essentially. So it bothers me a little bit because of the nature of how the room feels, the dynamics of how the room feels. Question, is it truly an emergency if we prepare for it? We can make it less severe, but the incident can still be an emergency. I think that needs to be stated, because all the money that we're putting into it, El Dorado County, local money, state and federal monies that we're putting into this now, I think it's important to understand that doesn't mean that there won't be an emergency. And to what extent do we want that emergency to be less severe? Well, that's what we want. We want to be prepared. We want to do the things that are necessary. State laws are not always beneficial to all, meaning that, in my mind, they're urban centric. So the rural counties don't necessarily benefit as much as an urban area to the changes that are occurred. I would like to see a red line version of this, because then I can see what's changed and it becomes more effective for me. And then I would say it's not prepared enough for you to take action today. I certainly believe not, because of my experience having been there many times when we've taken action on items that are as important as this, and there's more participation. It just feels odd today.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lars.
Lars Knudsen, District 5 Pollock Pines. Excellent presentation. Thank you, Sheriff and his staff. I came to you guys a couple years ago before all this stuff started happening. Well, the King Fire had come through. But I addressed this board. First time I spoke with you guys, some were here. But it was about emergencies and preparing for emergencies. We don't wait for the emergency to react. We start preparing in prayer. and getting things in order in our county. And being a retired firefighter, I like acronyms. So I came up with an acronym with some help from the Lord. And I believe needs to be a component. I go to a lot of the CAL fires throughout the state now and pray when I go to these incident command posts. And I see a thing missing. We open up, they have the ICs come out and they, had their operation for the day and stuff, but we're missing something. It's prayer. A few weeks ago, a young man collapsed during a football game. I didn't see it, but they asked for prayer. Who are we praying to? Is it PREY or praying to God? We need this component. And I thank God for Sheriff Lykoff. He's a brother. We need spiritual mentoring and restoration. God bless you, George. So in the component of emergencies, they have the IC. I call it in Christ, or the instant commander. Then you have F, which is the finances. I call it faith. Then you have the L. I call it love. O, it's ordained, and P, they call it flop. Finances, logistics, and planning. And we're in a planning state right now. And we all have good ideas, but if the Lord isn't in it, it says the laborers labor in vain. And I don't want this for. Congratulations, and God bless you for your upcoming new career.
Thank you, Lars. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item? All right, Kim?
Not taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you. I will bring this back to the board for action on item number 28.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Sergeant Schlegg and Lieutenant Morton, thank you so much for being with us today. We greatly appreciate it. Appreciate all your service to our county. All right, at this time, we will move on to item number 29, our 10 a.m. time allocation.
Item number 29 comes from the Agricultural Department, recommending the board receive a presentation from the University of California Cooperative Extension, Central Sierra, and Agricultural and Natural Resources sharing their multi-county partnership activities and programs.
Well, welcome. We are delighted you're here today.
Thank you so much for having us. I think do we have a PowerPoint presentation? Okay, I'll make an introduction. My name is JoLynn Miller. I am the director of UC Cooperative Extension in the Central Sierra region, which El Dorado is a part of. We all have multiple hats in the Central Sierra, and I am also the 4-H Youth Development Advisor for the 4-county regions. So we're here today just to tell you guys about some of the really cool, new, and exciting things that are happening with UC Cooperative Extension. If you don't know about some of our partnerships, some of you I know very well and know Cooperative Extension very well, so this may be a review, but I thought I would just play this next little video. It's a minute about what we do.
I didn't know if there was a video.
It should be next, does it?
There may be sound issues.
Okay. It's okay. And if there's sound issues, that's fine. And I can talk about it. So UC Cooperative Extension, I'll talk while we. Okay, that's fine. I can talk while the video plays a little bit. So UC Cooperative Extension is a partnership between federal, local, and state government. We're connected to the University of California Agriculture and Natural Resources, which means we have academics and program staff in farming, agriculture, youth development, health and nutrition, fire resiliency, disaster. Basically, the idea of UC Cooperative Extension is connecting the citizens of our county to the research as part of the University of California. So we get, like I said, funding through federal government, through state government, and then locally we are funded from the Board of Supervisors. We also have programs. So some of the programs that you might know of are the Master Gardeners, Master Food Preservers. We teach people how to make their money stretch. how to eat safely, can safely, those sorts of things. We have 4-H program. And then we have academics in multiple fields, including agriculture. We have a forestry and natural resources advisor, myself as youth development, and I'm going to introduce you to our 3 newest advisors. In our 4 counties, we cover El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. These are our little, California Naturalist is we're training people about how to steward the land. We have through our forestry advisor, we have the forest stewardship program. So we're teaching forest landowners how to better steward their land. I'm trying to remember what's in this video.
You're doing great.
So, well, the pictures help. So we do all sorts of, we do integrated pest management, healthy living, mindfulness, financial resources in terms of helping people shop smarter and healthier. And then because we're part of the University of California, we're connected to a bunch of statewide programs, including UC, IPM, the Nutrition Policy Institute, California Institute for Water Resources, the newly formed Organic Agriculture Institute is all part of the university. And the staff in these counties can connect you to any of those resources across the state. And then again, across the nation, Cooperative Extension is this local partnership, and it's in every single state and every single county in the nation. So just as a reminder, we are trusted, we are connected, we are university research based, and we're here to be a resource for you whenever you need questions answered about anything. So that's what the video says. and I'll have a link to it if you ever want to look at the video, but it's a cool little video. All right. Next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, start it again. All right, so as you know, hopefully our current advisors are Scott Onetto. Many of you guys know him. His specialty is in agriculture, weed control, natural resources. One of the cool projects he's doing right now is working with truffle growers in El Dorado County to potentially start a whole new truffle industry. It's it's not really looked at a lot, and he's one of the few in the nation that are starting to figure out how to commercially produce truffles. That's really cool. He's working with a couple different people in El Dorado County with that. Susie Coker, Forestry and Natural Resources. She's out of Tahoe, but she covers the 4 counties. She has been doing a lot on helping build prescribed burn associations, forest landowner stewardship workshops, and things like that. Myself, as the 4-H Youth Development Advisor, so I help our volunteers in our 4-H program. I also help other organizations that work with youth develop their skills in positive youth development. And then I have 3 new people that I will be introducing. Hardeep Singh, he's a local food systems and farm advisor. Cindy Chen does woody biomass and wood products. This is a brand new position for the University of California. We're really excited. Out of 3 positions across the state, we got one of them placed in our 4 counties. So I'm really excited for Cindy and her work. And then Flavi Adwan is that right? Adwan is the Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor, and I will let you know that she just started 2 weeks ago. So she is very new. It was really fun driving her up from her office. And then across this 4 counties, we have administrative staff, 4-H program staff, master gardener staff, food preserver staff, forestry and fire staff, healthy living staff. Some of those are funded in part by the money that you give us during the budget call, and then also through grants that we get and things like that. So next slide, please. In recruitment, we have coming to the 4 counties, a community health and nutrition advisor, an integrated pest management advisor, and a disaster resilience and recovery advisor. Our advisors, our academics, do research. We do local research with our community members that inform research at the university and inform best practices. So we're taking the community-based approach with the research that we do. And then we still have more staff coming on in 4-H, healthy living, master food preservers. The pandemic changed things a lot. We have a lot of vacancies, but we're building back up. Next slide, please. Okay, this is really small, and it's not meant for you guys to know the details, but I just want to show you the kind of light blue square is the amount of funding that El Dorado puts in, And the rest is what we bring in as part of the university through our grants, through our volunteerism, through the state budget and things like that. And so really for the small amount that El Dorado gives, you guys are getting a lot back based on everything that we do. So next slide, please. And then again, when the multi-county partnership started in 2012, it was done really in dire straits budget years. You guys remember 2012, and we were really scared about how we were going to move forward. And so our 4 rural counties decided to join forces and help keep cooperative extension alive in the 4 counties. When that started, we only had 4 advisors for the 4 counties. And in next fiscal year, 2023, 2024, we will be having 9 advisors across the 4 counties. So it's just a testament to finally the University of California and the state budget is putting money back into the counties and really supporting our community education. So you can see the budget for El Dorado County over the last few years. The dotted line is when we built the MCP. So we've been pretty flatline budget. But we've now been growing our staff across the county. So next, I'm going to have each one of our new staff members give about a 2-3 minute introduction about their expertise and what they plan to do. Hardeep has only been involved with, or has been hired for only 6 months, 7 months now. And so that's the longest of the 3 new ones. So they're very new. They're still in their needs assessment phase. They're running up and down the 4 counties, talking to community members, program groups, and things like that. So when they're done, I'll come up for one last little thing. So, okay, Hardeep.
Yep.
Next slide.
Thank you, Jolene. Hello, respected all. First of all, thank you all for all the support to UC Cooperative Extension. And thank you all for letting us introduce ourselves. So I'll give a brief introduction about my background and my position. I'm basically from Punjab, India. I was born and raised on a small family farm where I helped my parents with day-to-day farm operations. That sparked my interest in agriculture. And then I went to the school in India to do my bachelor's at Punjab Agricultural University in agriculture. And then I became more familiar with the farming issues we were facing back in Punjab. And I realized the issues we face back in Punjab relate very much to California because we share similar weather, similar topography and soils as we have in Punjab. And then I decided to study those issues in US, and I came to US in 2018 to do my master's to work on those issues such as drought, water salinity and water quality. And during my master's program, I worked on various research projects in fruit and nut crops, in almonds, pistachios, citrus, and I worked on controlled environmental agriculture, which has a bright future here now. And then I worked on stress physiology also during my master's program. And then after my graduation, I started working with the UC Cooperative Extension in Fresno. I worked over there as an assistant specialist. Next slide, please. I worked over there in Fresno for 2 years as an assistant specialist for small farms, where I worked on different production practices of moringa, lemongrass, bok choy, those specialty crops grown by small farmers in the Central Valley. And I helped the farmers with the healthy soil practices in Central Valley during COVID-19. I helped the farmers with the crop buyback events and helped them make produce safety plans during COVID-19. And then with all that experience, recently in June 2022, I started as a local food systems advisor with the UC Cooperative Extension Central Sierra, where I'll be serving El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne counties. And my clientele would be, I'll be serving all commercial growers in these counties. Either they are apples, pear, peach, plum, wine grapes, walnuts, cherries, olives, etc. All basically all commercial crops being grown in these 4 counties. And my work would be to maximize the environmental and community benefits related to agriculture to increase the sustainability and competitiveness of agriculture in these counties. I'll be working on to improve soil health, improve water quality, quantity, and improve the sustainability of small farming and commercial farm operations in these counties. And primarily my work would be helping growers improve their crop production efficiency. I'll be helping them with pest management, nutrient management, irrigation scheduling, organic farming, and if they need any technical assistance with the regulatory compliances, any technical assistance with the organic farming certification, etc. So I'll be providing that help to farmers through my research and extension program. And according to that will be my current and future work in the coming years. And according to the 2021 crop reports submitted by Department of Agriculture, all the crops grown in El Dorado County was worth $54 million US, and my work would be directly contributing to the successfulness of that farming business and industry in El Dorado County. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next we have Cindy Chen.
Welcome, Cindy.
Hello. Thank you. Hi, I'm Cindy Chen, and I'm the new Woody Biomass and Forest Products Advisor here with the UCCE. So I started in last September. And so I have a educational background in forestry and wood products. I got my master's from University of California in Irvine, and I got my PhD from the University of Washington in Seattle, specializing in wood products and wood products marketing and manufacturing, as well as basically everything about wood products, in particular engineered wood products. For construction, building, wood buildings. And also I know California recently changed the building code as well, allowing mass timber buildings to up to 18 stories. So I think it's provide a good, open a new gate for opportunity for wood products, especially engineered wood products. And I started here with the UCCE because I spent the last 10 years in the Pacific Northwest, both Washington and Oregon, which they have a very robust forestry industry. And I think California has a lot of potential because they also have a lot of good forest resources. But the problem is that they're not being utilized at their fullest or most efficiently. I also have sorry. And so I'm also, so right now, over the last few months, I'm still working on just connecting with people, getting to know the community better, to find out the challenges and the needs in the community. And I'm still working in the needs assessment phase, but over the past couple of months, I did a talk with a lot of folks who are interested in developing a good wood product, utilizing the wood product and woody biomass better, either for bioenergy or innovative construction materials. And right now, so my long-term vision for this position and for the counties I cover is to, in the long term, increase public knowledge and increase public engagement, small landowners, facility managers, into improving their manufacturing process, their bioenergy production process, to minimize the environmental risk, but maximum the economic prosperity of the region. I also plan to talk to folks about developing educational and training programs to better the betterment of the students, local students from. And the ultimate goal is basically develop a career path in forestry and wood products from high school to career for local students. Yeah, so that's my long-term vision, and gonna keep working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jen. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Cindy. And it's so interesting that these new staff, like I said, they've been on staff for 6 months, and I'm asking them to present about what impacts their program has on the community. And so it's really cool to see just some of their vision and what they think that they're going to be able to ride. So next we have Flavie Odwan.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. So I'm Flavie Audouin. I am the new Livestock and Natural Resources Advisor. I just received my PhD in Natural Resources from the University of Arizona, with a major in ecology, management, and restoration of rangelands, and a minor in animal sciences. So my research was about looking at the seasonal grazing behavior, diet selection, and meat characteristics of ranch-fed Raramuri Criollo cattle in southeastern Arizona. And the Criollo is a cattle breed that's a desert-adapted breed. So I have 17 years of experience with dairy and beef cattle, both in France and in Arizona. I have 10 years of experience with Navarro Chur sheep, which is also a desert-adapted breed, and 10 years of experience with marketing direct to the consumers, lamb and beef. Next slide, please. So as Jolene said, I just started 2 weeks ago, so I really did not have much time to meet a lot of people in the communities, but I was able to meet some ranchers and talk with some of my colleagues. And so what I'm planning to do with my education and research program is to help the county's ranchers with marketing their products, and also try to investigate the viability of local meat processing facilities, because right now that's a big struggle for the ranchers in the area. Is they have the animals, but they don't have the facility to transform the product from a live animal to meat. I also want to provide information on how to raise small livestock, such as sheep, goats, pigs, and chickens, because since COVID, a lot of people want to try to raise their own animals because of going to the grocery store and finding no meat on the shelf, and it creates a kind of a panic. But there is a lot of people that don't have any livestock experience, and so it's important to be able to communicate with people about basic knowledge. And so I want to educate the Central Sierra citizen on the use of small livestock to prevent fire as well. And so the potential impacts of my program would be that I can increase the net revenue for the ranchers of this county. I can also provide educational tools to help the community with their projects of raising small livestock, and finally try to prevent or decrease potential impacts of fire in the county by using grazing animals. As an anecdote, where I was working in Arizona, the ranchers had sheep, and they had a lot of people asking to buy some sheep just for weed control in their yard. And one day the rancher got a phone call and someone said, "I'm so thankful I bought those sheep from you. A fire just came through my entire neighborhood and my house is the only one standing." So I will just keep it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Odwan.
Very good.
So as you can see, these are just a few of the excellent resources that UC Cooperative Extension provides to the citizens of El Dorado County. As director, I meet with the CAO, and Supervisor Parlin is on the committee this year, usually in the springtime, to just talk about our needs and our plans for moving forward. So we'll be having that meeting. We're trying to schedule it right now. Trying to get a CAO and a board of supervisor in 4 counties together has been really difficult.
Very difficult, yes.
So I think I'm going to have to send out a whole nother doodle poll again, because we still haven't found a date yet. But are there any questions about what UC Cooperative Extension, what we provide? This is purely an informational, educational presentation today.
Thank you so much, Jillian. Supervisor Parlin.
I did push my button.
Well done.
I just want to let everybody know, when I got the presentation and looked through it last week, I was so excited.
Great.
So I sent a copy of it over to Greg Stanton, who is our El Dorado County biomass consultant, and found out he's already meeting with Cindy on a monthly basis. So we're connected there. Thank you so much. I'm very excited. We're all very excited about a potential project in our county. So that was great news. And then I also sent it over to our El Dorado County Water Agency, because many of you may know I've been trying for years to get a livestock grazing program going, especially over on the divide on Bureau of Reclamation land. So Ken Payne at the general manager at the water agency now has Flavi's contact information, because I feel that that could be some great synergy there to get that. It's like we're on the cusp of getting it going. And we feel that once we get this pilot program showing the fuels, reduction benefits, we want to take that pilot and just replicate it throughout the county. So I'm really excited to see that you're on that too. So thank you so much. And just letting you know, I'm trying to connect everybody and work with these. I didn't even know about these new folks, so I knew the funding was there. So it's exciting to see you guys in person. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for acknowledging and connecting us. Yeah, it's I don't think I mentioned this, but the state legislator gave us $35 million in ongoing funding last year, and so that's what's supporting these new advisors is the state funding.
Yeah.
So it's really exciting that they're finally supporting our counties again.
We're going to take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you for the
that,
support.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbooth.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, did you reach out to a lot of the ranchers you said in this county? A lot of them? Have you already contacted Nielsen Ranch or talked to them personally? I can give you that information if you'd like it.
Great. And we're working on getting her connected with the farm bureaus in each of the counties and the cattlemen's associations. But it just takes, it took us a week to get her computer and email set up, so we'll get there.
Yeah.
But yes, we'd love any contact information. You have our contact information, and you can contact us or Flavie directly anytime.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for the presentation. It was very knowledgeable. And you ever thought about a coalition for responsible living? I mean, working hands in hand with the environment is something to think about. So just thought I'd throw
Fascinating.
it
Thank
out
you.
there.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbooth. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I receive weekly Farm Bureau This Week announcements. I assume most of the board does, if not all of us. Are you getting access to those kinds of things? Because one of the last announcements they made is there's a farm day that's scheduled for May 9th of this year. And it would seem that's a perfect entry point for your team to make presentations and to share with that bureau what's going on.
Is it the youth farm day put on by Ag in the Classroom?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's that one.
Yeah. So I know of it through 4-H. I'm not sure if these folks have heard about it yet, but
Okay.
Again, we're still trying to make the connections, but I'll make sure that they know about that because I know about it personally.
That's a great
Perfect.
idea.
Perfect.
Such a
But it's a great way to reach. I think there's something like 1,100 kids that come
Yes.
through
Right.
stations,
So you
and
can really
it's
make a difference in somebody's life with just showing them what you do and encouraging them, to seek education in those lines. And this is what we deliver to the community and
That's
all
a
those
great
big
idea,
things. So,
Supervisor
yeah.
Heidel. Yes.
great. Thank
hopefully it'll
you.
work.
Good recommendation. I'll make sure they get. And also, you guys should all be getting our Central Sierra newsletter as well in your emails. If you're not, let me know. But it's the UC Cooperative Extension Central Sierra monthly newsletter. Unfortunately or fortunately, my face is plastered on the front of it, and it comes from Jolyn. But
Right. I am just so impressed with the breadth and scope of your work and the amount of resources that are available to all kinds of sectors of our community. It's
Yes.
just quite amazing to understand, really what you do and what is available in our community. So like my fellow colleague said, we will certainly want to be a part of getting the word out and helping connect you to key players in our community as you move forward with your work. So just thank you so much for being here today.
absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I think we'll take public comment on this item at this point. So hang tight. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Also, I'm a planning commissioner.
Actually,
for
Chris, can you
District
address
2.
us? Yeah, can you address us? We didn't want your voice to be picked up in the microphone.
Hope somebody's listening to me. Anyway, that was a joke. I want to say that that you quickly acclimate yourself to El Dorado County. It's very unique, as you're already finding out. Soils are different than the valley. The ability to grow certain crops, obviously restricted to some degree here in El Dorado County. The goal would be to be able to find those products that are marketable. Our El Dorado County farmers have had a difficult time the last few years. We have the ranch marketing ordinance that's currently going through its county processes for revision, as well as winery wines and other things to improve and our ability to have economic development and to enhance economic development. These are keys to our future, but they're also keys to taking small businesses that currently are having a hard time and making sure that they can make it, that they can make it through the next year, that they can make it into the future. It's a necessity for all of us to have that for our county. The cooperative extension has been a unique part of our agriculture for many, many, many years. You alluded to that. Your resources are readily available. I've taken advantage of them in your office here in Placerville. I'm just down the street a little ways. And then related to fire safety, Cindy Chin, I just want to say that I'm also an El Dorado County Fire Safe Council board member, and we meet the third Wednesday at 9:30 at the fire station in Diamond Springs in the Fire Memorial Hall. And in there, we talk about all the stakeholders. I certainly would love to have you guys be as stakeholders and keep us appraised of what you're doing in terms of forest products and biomass. So we talked about a little of that earlier in the presentation. But congratulations on being at El Dorado County now, some of you. And hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as I have for 45 years. We're all newbies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Is there anyone else? Right, not seeing any?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, this is an information item only, so there's no action today, but we're delighted that you came up to El Dorado County to update us on what the good work you're doing, and look forward to working with you for the good of our communities. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right.
And that ends our department matters for today. Hard to believe, but we have a lot of closed session items. So CAO, we will recess to closed session, but take public comment on all of the items before us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right, Kim?
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 31 through 36. And we will be back at 1 o'clock for open forum. All right, thank you all. All right, welcome back. It is 1 o'clock and the board is back in session. And before we get to open forum, County Council, do we have any report outs from the closed session items that we heard this morning?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the board just heard items number 31, 32, 33, and 35. With respect to item number 31, on a 5-0 vote, the Board of Supervisors authorized the initiation of litigation in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.1A2. The title of the action, the defendants, and other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. So at that point, we're ready for open forum, Kim.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone would like to address the board, come on down.
And turn on the microphone.
Right,
It's
yeah.
not on.
And if you could push the button on the microphone, it'll turn green right in front of you.
No.
Sorry.
Okay,
Oh,
Kim.
thank you, Kim.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kelly Truex. I'm from Pollock Pines. And my concern today is the only concern is about the homeless situation. And I've had this for a while. I thought I'd mention or ask you about it. I know you've been dealing with the homeless issue, and it's a big issue. My only concern is, have you, when you concern yourself with the issue, have you concerned yourself with what their responsibility is going to be? I know you've like places to house them, and I think you've talked about the juvenile hall over here, but what is the homeless responsibility? My that I came up with, and I'm sure you hear tons of information or tons of why don't you do this or why don't you do that, is couldn't there be like a local bus, or say, for instance, the city put together some kind of a thing where you say, okay, we're going to come by, we're going to pick up all the people that can work, and we're going to go out and we're going to, for instance, maybe clean a park for the day. Take them back to the shelter at the end of the evening, because that's where they're going to get their food and their housing. But they should, in my estimation, in my opinion, they should be held some kind of responsibility. And I think that would be, now I know we've been dealing with some homeless people up at our church at Pollock Pines, and I talked to a couple of them, and they just cannot work. I said, why don't you work? They can't work in the confines of what, they don't do well with other people. But I think if they had like the bus is going to come by at 8 o'clock every morning, pick you up, we're going to take you out, somebody's going to supervise, and you can, do some kind of community service in town, and then take them back. And then now there will be some, I'm sure, within the homeless population, there's people that are willing to work. Mm-hmm. And there's other people that say we can't, but I believe unless maybe I'm wrong, most of the people are going to be able to, like if you go out to a park, so Lions Park, we're going to clean up garbage. They work well by themselves, not in the confines of a boss or people always talking to them. But if you give a job, this is what you're responsible for, they can follow through. And then in 4 hours, you get back on the bus and go back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name's Jackie Phillips. I live in Deer Park, Lori. I'm concerned about what's going on with the improvements or whatever you wish to call them. And my laptop isn't working today, so I'm a handwritten list here, which I will send a copy to you. My concerns are, number one, what the dump and what's in the dump. Fire dump, not good. Are there any propane companies in Diamond Springs? Industrial parks. What's in the industrial parks? What are they licensed for? How many mobile home parks do we have between, say, South Shingle and Sly Park? And the 99% of them are senior mobile home parks. And there are a lot of people that can't get out of their house on their own. And there's a lot of people that are bedridden and their families are taking care of them. How are they going to get out? We have a fire, and we will have a fire. I guarantee you we will. Okay. There's a lot of people that don't drive anymore. They use the bus. Schools. How many schools we got, including the private schools? We have Abraham Lincoln, low income, senior citizen. We have Gold Country. They have their apartments. They have their hospital there. We have an FAA approved heliport for an LZ, in other words, okay? And just the other day, it took me 7 minutes to get from Missouri Flat Road to El Dorado. That is absolutely crazy. I can tell you from living in my place for 50 years, it's the traffic there is terrible. It's dangerous. You can't get out. And I'm really very much concerned, basically for fire issues. I've been there when fires are coming up out of that canyon there, depending upon which one. And when you see that fire coming out of the canyon towards your house, the other thing I'm concerned about is water pressure. I have what's called a high flow hydrant just down the way from my home. These houses that you're going to hook up, am I going to lose that high flow? If I do, I will probably lose my homeowner's insurance along with everybody else. So, bottom line is that I don't want to see anybody get hurt and die. My mother died in a burn unit at SACMed and Medical Center, and I don't ever want to have anybody go through that again. It was worse than hell on earth. So anyhow.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing your concerns.
Thanks, Jackie.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
Lars Knudsen, Pollock Pines. To kind of dovetail on what my friend was talking about the homeless, I think just a quick, easy solution is having these people pick up their mess. And I'd be willing to go over and talk to them. There needs to be accountability for them. People hold me accountable for things. So I think having a solution like Kelly was talking about, I think is maybe an idea, and maybe it's been brought up, but I think more importantly, we just drove by one at the camps. It was disgusting. You see it. I mean, and Supervisor Heidel and I, we've had some good talks about that, and I believe there's going to be a lot of correction coming, but it always starts with me first. Supervisor Lane, with Pollock Pines, there's still a lot of fire issues, even in Pollock Pines. I've driven off Sly Park off 50, and just that pocket in there is enough to burn down the area. And I mentioned a couple of years ago about getting mastication machines, and I think the county needs to lead that. I know Ken Pimlott's working, but I think there needs to be money that can be actually see and have El Dorado County have machines going out. I'd be willing to volunteer and help out with these guys, but I don't want a fire, and I'm not going to start praying after the fire comes. I'm praying today. And so I think that's something we can get going, and I'm asking the powers of above. And I mentioned that we need godly patience to endure. We're all going through stuff right now, and great things for him in a couple months. I got a scripture. It's comes out of Romans, it starts off with this, and not only this, but with joy, let us exult in our sufferings. We're all going through suffering, but when you have joy, you can get through it. It makes it a lot easier. And rejoice in our hardships, knowing that hardships, distress, pressure, trouble produces patience, endurance, and endurance, proven character. We're all working on our character. And I know people think I'm a character. That's okay. I just stay in character with the Lord. Spiritual maturity and proven character, hope and confidence, assurance of eternal salvation. Such hope in God's promises never disappoints us because God's love has been abundantly poured out within our hearts through the Holy Spirit who was given to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. All right, I think we can go online.
Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Are you there?
You need to unmute yourself.
Hello? Are you there? 390? There we go.
There we go. Yeah, Ken Greenwood reporting live from Whitehall.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I was hoping to report live from the top of Sierra Tahoe, but that didn't quite happen. Only thing I really would like to add is By Park Road by the Environmental Center needs some pothole repair also. Just couldn't help but notice driving up. That's about it.
Well, appreciate that.
And,
Thank you, Ken.
What's good is to have somebody live and in the boardroom from District 5. Welcome, Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, sir. Look forward to working with you.
You bet. You bet.
Thanks,
have a
Ken.
great day, kids.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now taking public comment from Richard Mason.
Good afternoon. So, Uncle Fuzzy, are you there?
You all hear me now?
We can.
Yes.
Welcome.
Okay, this is Uncle Fuzzy. It doesn't say that on there because I don't know why. Nobody knows my Christian name. Hey, I just got a quick comment, and I know this isn't allowed, but too bad. This morning, you bought two motors for $69,000. They're on sale this week for $62,000. So you might want, and George may have a copy of it. I sent one to Kim from their website. So, you know, if you want to donate that $7,000 approximately to a not-for-profit, I'll be glad to help see it gets a new home. But, you know, let's, maybe somebody should call them so I don't have to. That's all. Over and out. Ciao.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you for your comments. And I'd like to briefly address the homeless comments that you both brought up. And the good news is our navigation center opened yesterday. Actually, it opened today officially. Right. So I would suggest, great suggestions. We have a robust partnership with community nonprofits where those kinds of opportunities could be developed in concert with the navigation center. Let's give it a chance to get up and running and get folks into it. I know they're transitioning folks today. And as far as the camp on Upper Broadway, they're working on transitioning that site, and Caltrans is going to be coming to do a cleanup along the highway, I believe at the end of the month. So thank you so much for your comments, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Can I ask questions?
No, we're done with public comment at this point, but happy to reach out to me at any time. We can talk further. All right, any other comments? All right, perfect. Well, before we go to closed session, do we expect any report outs?
I do not.
All right, so why don't we do the to and froms, and then we'll recess to closed session. Do I have any volunteers for who'd like to go first? Are you ready? All right, Supervisor Lane's up.
Took me a while to figure out what you meant by two froms.
Right? It's not intuitive.
Right. And then the way people were giving their reports, it really didn't make it clear. But I think this is an opportunity to reach out to departments or people and say thank you. And so I want to do a big shout out to code enforcement, to the CAO's office, to county counsel's office. There has been an issue in Pollock Pines that has been going on for years, and it involves a commercial building that's been abandoned right in the center part of their economic, engine. And it's they've been asking for help for a long time. And we finally got the building boarded up yesterday. And there are some fines that are being levied on the owner who at this point has been non-responsive, but it's a start. We're going to keep chipping away at it, but thank you to all of you that helped make that happen, and to code enforcement as well.
Good. Hope that's a help to the community. Yeah,
Thank you. It was.
great. Thank you. Is anyone else ready?
Oh, sure.
All right, Supervisor Harlan.
Let's see, Wednesday. Do we have a meeting? Are we doing 2 weeks? I can't remember. Where are we at?
No,
Do it. Well,
We had a meeting on the 20.
2 weeks because we had
That's true.
special
2
meetings.
weeks. Okay, so I wasn't, so the 25th, whenever that was, this has been a blur. Had the Cemetery Advisory Committee meeting. Just wanted to give the board a heads up that, and I think other committees are feeling the same thing with the end of AB 361 allowance for attending virtually. I know that on the Cemetery Advisory Committee specifically, we have a person that's probably not going to be able to attend anymore, and therefore their membership, we're trying to figure out creative ways to keep them engaged, but it's just something I think to be aware of, and because we value our committee members and their input, so let's try to figure out creative ways to keep those folks engaged. Even if they can't officially be on the committee, maybe they can still then they can still virtually attend. So just throwing that out there, because I think we have a Fish and Wildlife Commissioner that's also in the same boat, and there might be others. So I know, I get it. It's tough. Just, and I'm full of creativity on figuring out how to do things. So I have been throwing out some ideas. And then on Thursday, the 26th, Supervisor Thomas and we attended the El Dorado County Fire and Diamond Springs Fire special joint meeting. And they're talking, looking at different ways to do that merging. There's different ways. I don't want to use a word because, that gets people concerned. But the reason I bring it up is that ultimately the Board of Supervisors will probably be hearing about it, and there will probably be an ask for support. So that will be coming at us someday. And then is there anything else? Just a shout out, Dawn Ashton was our guest speaker at Taxpayers last Monday, and did a great job of, because then we had the budget discussions the next 2 days after that. So he did a great job of kind of answering their questions about it and their concerns, as always. And then was there anything else? County concern? Ranch marketing and the ordinances were coming your way. You guys know that. I think, Transit Authority meeting last Thursday. We approved funding to hire a consultant to update the short and long range transit plans because of COVID has just changed transit travel forevermore. And it seems like people are on more of an on-demand type of transit. And so we'll be doing a study on that and updating the plan. Even though the plan was just updated in 2019, the world changed the following year. So that was the thing.
Some with a big C in it, right?
Right, I know, that changed everything. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what that comes up with, but it does seem like the world's going on demand. So, and transit can do that. And then we had the Transportation Commission meeting right after that. I really appreciated the commission's comments and the public participation on the State Route 49 confluence study that has been in the works for feels like forever, but we're coming to the end of that, and it should be approved and part of the work plan in March. So, and then we can start actually implementing some of those projects. So that's going to be exciting. Big kudos and thank you to Woody Deloria for pushing that through with me. That was a tough lift. And then I almost forgot, and you guys can expand on it if you think about it, but we also got a presentation from Caltrans that day on the road user charge pilot project that they're doing. The gas tax just isn't working, and then we're finding is very inequitable, especially with our rural counties. So they're looking at this, and there's I think we'll all be pushing it out in our newsletters on Facebook, but they're doing the pilot project. And if you sign up and try it out, there's like a $250 incentive. So Shelley's putting that together for my newsletter today. We're trying to figure it out. So that's something to look forward to. And then, of course, I'll defer to the chair to kind of talk about our tour of the Navigation Center, and your opening remarks were great. So thank you for that.
That's it. Thank you, Supervisor Pryland. Great report. Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, just attended a CAC meeting, issues that's going on in the county. John and I attended the LAFCO meeting that we have. We have a new chair and vice chair now. Also, I met with Bob Williams and the group in Blackstone, forming a new El Dorado Hills South committees, and that basically to represent South County, and they'll answer to APEC too, so there'll be a good thing. Also, I attended the Zoom meeting that we had yesterday with the Ricardo Lauro and Alex Padilla on the flooding issues and the insurance issues that's going on in our state of California. Also, attended the transit and transportation meeting, and we have a new chair and vice chair on that. And so that's really good. Also, got an email from Alex Padilla. And basically, with your persistence, that bill was passed, the new FEMA Improvement, Reform and Efficiency Fire Act. So they restructured FEMA. So this will never happen again, especially when we have horrific fires. So they'll be well represented, especially the people that, are very much impacted by these fires. Especially, it's going to supply housing assistance, equity, improved relocation assistance, pre-deployment and resources before potential wildfire disasters, and consistency in federal support for wildfire recovery and response speed and fire insurance. And that's the issues that this bill is going to be concentrated on. So I want to reach out and thank him for his hard work in getting this done. Also, Kevin Kiley spoke on the House floor on the residents of Jersey Flat to try to get the individual assistance for that. He did meet with the president. The president's looking into it. And I sent all that. They're going to have a meeting with FEMA and the White House's staff, and also Kevin Kiley's staff. Also going on, there's a congressional inquiry that's going on here soon on the Forest Service and the issues that they didn't respond quick enough and stuff on the fires. And especially doing, they were supposed to do these forest management. So that's one of the big issues they're going to be talking about. That's it.
Well, that's significant. Thank you so much, Supervisor Turnbull. Great report. Supervisor Heidel.
So I'll only report on the things that are unique. I did attend the Pioneer Community Energy Procurement Review special meeting because the state of California is requiring all CCAs and other service providers to acquire additional reserve power contracts. So we had to look at what's available, and it turns out when you look at the availability of some of these things, it's almost non-existent. So again, it seems like the state is pushing us into a situation that we can't comply with because you don't have the resources to make it happen. So, and we've seen a lot of complaints against Pioneer and various social media and stuff. It's not Pioneer that's creating these regulations. It's primarily coming from the state, the CPUC, and then PG&E is having rate increases, but everybody seems to be very confused about that. So there's a continuing effort to try to communicate. I've offered to have another presentation at my community council meetings, and hopefully if we move forward with that there will be more understanding of how this is really working. And the biggest impact, I think, as we all know, is natural gas heating costs. The last couple of months have just driven people crazy because their bills doubled in 1 month. And that was all, in my opinion, a function of supply. When you have limited supply, PG&E has to charge more money for it because that's what they're commanding from the the supplies that they're getting from. So again, we seem to be pushing, the state seems to be pushing us into situations that are untenable, and everybody gets upset, but it's not something we can resolve locally. So that's a difficult thing to try to communicate, but we're still trying. On Friday, the 27th, I attended the El Dorado County Chamber Tourism Summit, and it was held down in El Dorado Hills. Great event, great participation, a lot of good information, and it's encouraging to see that a lot of the businesses are really getting revitalized, you know, after the COVID period, and moving out and doing new things and learning how to better communicate with, you know, the public in terms of getting the promotional activities that are going on for their businesses. So that was a good event. And I'll just add relative to the Transportation Commission discussion that some of us know that SACOG is now going to be taking overall responsibility for distribution of funds locally, but we do have an agreement between our El Dorado County Transportation Commission and SACOG as to how that's going to work. Several organizations are involved with it. So I just want to thank all those involved with that to make sure that we didn't lose our voice in that SACOG large organizational thing, that we still have active Transportation Commission engagement, involvement, and helping define where those funds should be spent. I think we lose a little bit of control when it's all said and done, but we'll see how that matures. And then lastly, last night held the monthly El Dorado Hills Community Council meeting. Our guest speakers, we had two sheriff's detectives who came down and presented information on the El Dorado Hills specific crime stats and the response times, which was good to see. The overall message there is crime is not increasing in El Dorado Hills. In fact, in some categories, it's decreasing slightly. But that said, there's hot spots of activity that were identified. One of the things I guess is getting more and more common is people taking crowbars and busting into mailboxes. Even though you've got a locked mailbox, it doesn't take anything to bust through them, to the point that some people are starting to say, I need a mailbox like you used to drop the old mail out, big, sturdy metal thing that nobody can damage, because otherwise your mail is going to disappear. And they're expecting an increase to that between now and basically after tax season, because people will start getting their refund checks, and there's going to be people out there trying to steal those and somehow cash them. And so they give us a heads up on that. But there's also some significant issues at the Target store in El Dorado Hills, because Target doesn't have a pursue someone who's in there stealing, petty theft type of stuff. But there's a lot of calls, and that's driving a lot of things down there. And it really is a terrible situation, but there doesn't seem to be any simple solutions for it. You can't live down there. But I think overall our sheriff's department is doing the best they can to cover all those things, and with continued monitoring and focusing on where the hot spots are. I'm hoping that some of this starts to go away, but it's not encouraging when you hear about stores significant as the Targets being hammered with people coming out of Sacramento. That's the other thing, is the people they've been able to apprehend, 95% of them came out of Sacramento County. So we become the crime center for people to come up the hill and attack those stores, knowing that with the recent changes in laws relative to what you can walk out with, and nobody's supposed to touch you and all those things, that's extremely prevalent and spreading. But yet we all pay the cost of the higher cost of goods when you go buy something because somebody else stole it. So anyway, just leave that. But they did a great job, and we've invited the sheriff back for our April 3rd meeting. So hopefully he'll be able to attend in person, and we'll get a little different perspective on his views of El Dorado Hills and what he's doing in that local area relative to his law enforcement activities and ongoing efforts. So all good.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, very briefly, the highlight of my last couple of weeks was a tour that I took with Supervisor Lane and her assistant Lisa. And after a board meeting, it was a budget meeting, I think, something. I gave her a tour of District 3 in the Diamond Springs area, knowing that there's a lot of eyes and ears on some projects in Diamond Springs. I wanted them
both. Stop at Deb's Frosty. I just have to ask.
We drove by it.
Perfect. Okay. All right. You drove by it. Okay.
I showed her where the parkway is and what that project is, the proposed Dorado Oaks and all of that controversy in the community and some of the constraints about that. We toured some of the road networks, and just really appreciated your time in getting to know one of parts of my district, knowing that there's a lot of activity happening there, and that will allow you to understand the broader issues as it comes before us for decisions. So really appreciated your time.
Well, I appreciated your time. That was a great tour.
Well, thank you. I still want a tour of.
I know.
Once you get a little less snow, perhaps.
A little less
snow, then I'll
Okay.
come up to Tahoe.
See you in August.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny. I participated in the El Dorado Opportunity Knox Board meeting this Friday for not Chair Parlin.
Yeah.
Sorry. Supervisor Parlin. And it was a really good meeting. This is interesting information that came out of it, that they're, they were doing a deep dive into the PIT count, the point in time count. And the top reasons for homelessness that surfaced in the PIT count was insufficient income for rent and a breakdown of a relationship with the friends or family they were staying with. So, we hear a lot of other underlying causes about why people are homeless. And I thought that was very interesting, that those are the top two reasons. It gets down to housing. And that's something I think that we all need to be very, very cognizant of. That was interesting. And the vast majority of those were from El Dorado County. So that was good to hear. I was delighted. Allie from their Health and Human Services Program Manager gave the report that she was so excited that this is the first time we've been fully staffed in the Public Housing Authority. And so that is just wonderful, knowing how many demands we have in Health and Human Services, that they are getting their staffing levels up with really dedicated people. So just a shout out to our HHSA staff, and really delighted that we're getting the people to fill those positions and that are really passionate and engaged in their work. That's going to make a difference for our county. Had a SACOG, I have had a lot of SACOG meetings this last couple of weeks, but a policy and innovation committee, which I'm now chair of. Yesterday, we got a report on the state budget, and this is just also interesting food for thought for all of us to keep in mind, that we all know that the governor has had significant proposed cuts in a lot of areas, recognizing the different economic state this state is in, but that homelessness funding is one area the governor has avoided cuts in, and instead is making significant addition to one-time revenues. The budget includes $1 billion for another round of grants to counties, COCs under the HHA HAP program, and $400 million for homeless encampment resolution grants. So the fact that our county has made significant progress in this area is really critical, because there's also some potential for the state to be making more demands on counties to help be actively resolving homelessness. So we're on the right track, and that's good to hear. This is interesting. New state legislative update. There's conversations now, just conversations though, around facilitating new housing, and they're looking at CEQA and its impact on housing. We've already seen, streamlined processes that cut out CEQA out of the process, but they're looking at perhaps taking that further. And this was a little concerning to me, even the ability for counties to levy impact fees as they impact the ability to create new housing. So that was an eye-opening conversation. Now, once again, it's just a dialogue, but that's scary. So stay tuned. Yeah, I'll be keeping my finger on the pulse of that. And everyone talked about the rest of the stuff. So, but as far as the Navigation Center, just a big shout out to our staff. HHSA did a fabulous job. Our partners with Volunteers of America, our community partners that are engaged in this process, our law enforcement partners that we had, our sheriff and our undersheriff and the HOT team and the Placerville Police Chief and his staff there. Really great to see everyone coming together for the opening of the Nav Center. And I guess today was the first official day, and it was a great opening, and hope it will be the blessing in our community that we want it to be. So really look forward to seeing that and appreciate everyone's involvement in that. So CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just we had the budget meetings last week. Thank you again for making the time to listen to that. It's long days, but I think it's informative and a good use of time. The only update I want to share, as you are aware, in our strategic plan, there's an element to support fire district consolidation, annexation, restructuring. And we now have 4 different fire districts looking to consolidate 2 and 2. We have Tahoe, North Tahoe and Meeks Bay, which you've had some board items on that. We had some conversations last week regarding that, and Supervisor Lane is helping us engage the Placer County elected offices, because that's being handled through Placer LAFCO. So we don't have a lot of influence.
That was
over
agreed to,
timing.
but they would be the lead agency, yes.
So that's exciting. And the other one that quite frankly came to me as a surprise, but it's gaining a lot of momentum. And I had a coffee date with Chief Cordero and Chief Gallagher earlier yesterday.
Right? What day is it?
Earlier this week. County Fire and Diamond Springs. And that one, I think is going to happen. There's strong support from the boards and the unions to make it happen. But the time is coming when the county's going to have to walk the talk now. So just be ready for that as we enter the budget discussions and things such as that.
It's exciting that they've both come to the table and at this kind of unique point in time where you say it is feasible at this point.
Yeah.
So
It
exciting.
totally makes sense
It does.
too. It really does.
But the ABA rate adjustments and stuff are something that's gonna have to be discussed as to how that
Yeah.
gets.
It is nice having some fire districts step up to force those conversations to happen.
Exactly. So kudos to both their
Absolutely.
districts.
That's all, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you so much. All right, well, with that, we will recess back into closed session to hear items 34 and 36. And we don't expect any report outs, so good afternoon. Thank you.